Alright, I think we can get started. You'll have to let me know if the music is too loud or something. Yeah, so let me end the image slideshow, end that, show this. We're going to need Notepad, and we are going to want our description of what we're trying to do. So, basically, yeah, if you look at that image, you can see what our plan is today. It's a series of space maps are being created, and I've been asked to do one of them if I want to, and I picked out this one called Singularity that I thought could be fun to do, and that I have some ideas how to do without just painting the whole thing exactly, but just letting parts of it be fixed and parts of it created using more traditional map scripting techniques. So, let me get the file up here big. I'll read it out loud. You guys can see. Can you see Notepad? You should be able to. Ah, you can't because I minimized it. Let's maximize that again. There's nothing there yet. Alright, so yeah, as large circular landmass consisting of about 1/3 of the map shall make up the player lands. That's basically the circle in the middle. Minimum elevation of 1 that can be achieved. My hope there is to use base elevation for that. And then we have sort of a large area of amphibious terrain. That's all of the light blue, or well, the lightish blue. 0 elevation, fine. And then ice is the very light blue everywhere, which has sort of this bar going through the middle. Yeah, exactly. And the ice going through the center should have an elevation of 2, or a minimum elevation of 2. Maybe we'll have it like a sloped hill. At the very center of the map, there's also a black circle of impassable black terrain. Now, black terrain isn't normally impassable, but we can think of something to make that work. That should be fine. All the wood is on the player lands. Okay, so no forests on the amphibious land. Fine. Standard, blah, blah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, so let's get to work. So the first thing I'm going to do is copy over... Oh, this thing even says Canberra. Good enough. We'll copy this over. It's not Canberra, but get some code here. We'll call it Singularity. It's today, the 21st of Feb. That is February. Good, that's a good start. Then we'll need a player setup section. We'll do our tried and true copy and paste. Alright, we are going to use direct placement for this one. Eventually, at least. We're going to do... I don't know if we even put in an AI info map type. I'll have a think about that later. Find terrain. So this is where we have to think about what do we want as the map's base terrain. Now, my original idea here was to either have it be the amphibious terrain or the deep water terrain. If we fill the map with water... No, we want to have amphibious terrain. I believe is what we want to do here. Probably. This is going to require some finagling to figure out exactly how we implement all of this. Which is why I picked this map, because I wanted the challenge. DLC Mangrove. below. And groove. Alright. We want large player map. Yep. Okay, we have mangrove terrain everywhere. Next, we're gonna want... I guess we plop the player lands, or do we deal with the big stripe of ice in the middle? Let's deal with that. Essentially, I'm gonna have to create a bunch of lands for that, so we might as well do that now. The ice strip. Create land. We're gonna want a base size. This we'll have to see what we want, but let's say 4 for now. Base elevation. Well, let's just go all the way up. I mean, it said it should be at least 2. Percent 0. Terrain type ice. I think that's roughly what we need, and then we need a land position. And we'll start like 10, 10. See what that looks like if we just create this, like, I'd say. Might work. Let's try it. Alright, so we've got our ice. Now the first problem here is ice terrain cannot be elevated by default. So we're gonna need a placeholder for the ice. What's a terrain that we're not going to use on this map otherwise? Snow. Snow is gonna be our placeholder. So we're gonna create snow. And then we can even already give ourselves... Alright, we're gonna need an elevation generation section as well, since we're doing base elevation. We'll add that. We're gonna need a cliff. We're not gonna need a cliff generation section. We're gonna need a terrain generation section. That'll do as an example. Plop that in here. We want to create ice, base terrain, snow. There we go. This should give us an icy hill now, so let's see if it works. Alright. Not quite what we need, because we don't really want we actually... Okay, we can't do 7 here. Let's do 2. And generate that again. Alright, and then we probably do this a bit differently even. Where we do that, but we also create ice on DLC Mangrove Shallow. But we have height limits 1 to 7. We don't want it to replace the terrain at the very bottom. Do something like that. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. We might end up having the base terrain be snow or something, and then replace everything that's at elevation 0 with water. But for now, we can work with this. Like, we would have this, and then we just want these to go all the way across, I'd say. We can even add additional elevation on this. Alright, one thing at a time, though. I will need a whole bunch of these. So the next one would be at 11, 11. Right? Kind of like that. And now we're going to have our friend ChatGPT generate me the other ones because I'm lazy. So, hello, I can even, hello chat. Actually, I can show you guys this. Why not? Firefox. Bam. Yeah, no, I think this will be fun to do. It's a fun challenge. Hello. To that. All right. Please generate the positions going from 10, 10 all the way to 90, 90. Let's see if this works. Alright, cool. That looks pretty good. I mean, it can help with simple... It can't... I mean, you might be able to teach it to do an actual map script. I don't know about that. But it can certainly help with, like, stuff like this. Of course, I could also write a Python script to do this, but... Even though ChatGPT is kind of slow, this is faster than setting up a loop. Myself. Oi. Continue generating. I've used it in the past for some stuff like this. That's been fairly well. Alright, that's worked fairly well. Alright, so we're gonna copy all of this. Looks about right. Oh, hello, hello. Yeah, I don't stream very often. There we go. We have a nice strip of ice. It's a good start. Now we have some places where there's slight indentations because of the way the rounding works for different map sizes, but we can actually do some quick testing. If I do tiny, I think it's fatter. That's probably still okay if you only have 2 players. Ludicrous, well... Even ludicrous, it exists. Perfect, alright. Something like that might be possible to have you know, some sort of other program generate the code, do the RMS for you, but the setup time to get that running in the first place is perhaps more effort than it's worth it, is my thought. Alright, so we're gonna want some amphibious... Actually, we need basically a big land in the middle. It's gonna be the player lands, but for now we'll just make a land there. Create land. Land. We can just copy one of these. Player land. Player lands will be here. We would want that certainly at 50. 50. And this would have a base size that will vary by map size, but we'll make it like 40 right now. According to the design specification, it's supposed to be an elevation of 1. So we'll do that. And There's some sort of brownish terrain as a good start, so we'll do dirt 3. Okay. Interesting. 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 Alright. Now, if I generate this before... Better. That's more what I was looking for. Uh-huh. That is interesting. But can be dealt with later. Alright, then I need this thing to be a bit rounded in the end. So... we don't have land %0. But instead we do, you know, land %100. Let's make this a multi-line one. There we go, and then we need some border attributes. So, left border 20, right border 20, top border 20, bottom border 20. Alright, that's more rounded. Good. Look at my image again. I could make the borders smaller. Make them like 15. We're gonna have to do some of these, like this will need to be... This needs to be... Just myself a note here that this needs to be adjusted based on the map size. But that looks a bit too squarish. We're getting a bit too far. I think we do more like 18 or something. We want just the right compromise between a square and an octagon. I mean, something like that, kind of. Maybe like that. Then we need to think about how to make the area around this. That's where it gets tricky. So, what are we going to do there? Okay, maybe this is actually too big. Let's make this big. Let's make this... Because I kind of... I still need a layer of ice. Fundamentally, I mean, one idea that I had for doing this, which isn't going to work, but it's a good thought exercise. We need to create, let's say, water. Base train mangrove shallow. Height limits, definitely only on 0, 0. And then we want spacing to other terrain types to be like 10. What else did I spell wrong here? There we go, spacing. Now that's not quite what the picture looks like, of course, which is why we'll need to do a bit more work. But this was my basic idea. We kind of want to have like a nice rounded... thing there, but I have an idea for that. So what if we did 10? What if we did like 20 here? Now we don't want it to actually avoid this stuff here. So, or at least not really. So what can I do for that? I could create... And now comes the tricky business. I think we rearrange how we're creating things. So instead of using mangrove shallows as the map's base terrain, we will use ice. We will use ice as the map's base terrain. Which if we then generate it, it should look like this. We basically have ice everywhere. Which is fine. We're creating the snow there. Then we would want something that replaces ice based on the snow. That's fine. Okay, and then we want to get rid of the ice. The problem is now we're going to have ice along the edges here, and I don't actually want that. Well, let's see. If we create... Let's create DLC Mangrove Shallow on ice with height limits of 0 to 1. Kinda. Sure, 0 to 1. Can I... What if I do 0 to 0? Up with this ice, the little icy beaches here, which I don't really want along the outside of the lands. Alright, so all of this hasn't really achieved much. Okay, so now we're gonna have to be extra clever. We're gonna... I don't think I need to... Let's undo this. Alright. I like the fact that there's no ice along the shores now, so I think we'll stick with this approach for now. Although, no, now we have mangrove shallows elevated. We don't really want that. Let's just undo... Undo until the point where we did this. So we flip the way around again. Alright, we'll deal with the ice on the shores later. Although, Railway? No, we're gonna go forward again. I think I might do some rejigging of all the terrains afterwards. But basically, let's do this. Okay. So we kind of don't want the mangroves to avoid all of this stuff. So what we're going to do is not have the outside lands be ice to begin with. We'll do something like this so we can see what it looks like before we get to terrain generation, yeah. And these, we're going to have like the first couple of them be... Like if I did that for the first 10 of them... If we did this for a couple, then we're going to end up with mangrove shallows terrain there. Which is, of course, not really what we want. And if I do ice, that's not so good either. We need another terrain that we can use. Const placeholder. And what are we going to use as our placeholder terrain? we're gonna use one of these O mod. We're gonna use terrain 84. Interesting. Oh, I messed up a thing there, yeah. Now, if I did this for another... How far realistically do I need to... If I go all the way to here, that would be too far. Let's go like halfway. We want to go... Not to 30, let's say to 25. If we do all of these... Make a new document. Replace snow with placeholder. Place all. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's actually further than I wanted to. We're gonna have to be extra clever with how we do the terrains at this point. I think 20% is fine. Do that. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Alright, so if I had this, and then we said we create ice on the snow, fine. We can do that. That's all fine. Then we want to create mangrove shallow on the ice. But first, we want to create placeholder on the ice. Create placeholder on the ice with no regard for height limits. But with a spacing of like 10. Sure, that's kind of my idea, alright. Then we create mangrove shallows on the ice. Although first I think we create mangrove shallows. Now it gets extra interesting. Okay, we don't create mangrove shallows yet. We create the water. This is super tricky here. We create water on the placeholder. We certainly only want it at the height limit 0, 0. We want it to avoid other terrains by 20. Let's see what happens if I did that. Ah, because of the height limits, it avoids... Why is it avoiding that? Or is it because of the beach? If I get rid of the height limits... That makes no difference. It's probably the beach, right? There is always another plan to fall back to. Ah, because water can't be placed on elevated terrain, but it can, though. Create terrain water. We did this. Interesting. 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 So for some reason, I need to check spacing to other terrain types. I think is also interacting with the height limits or something. Terrain generation. Alright, we want... we are not actually using set flat terrain only. Why is it staying away from the hills? Must be something... Does water terrain always have that? I mean, that's not something I specifically noted, but that would explain what we're seeing. Okay, fine. Well, what if we just did, you know, whatever, grass? Then we should see a different result, if that's correct. And we basically are seeing a different result. Yeah? Yeah, okay, fine. Huh. Funny, so we did like, so if we do like 18. You are right about this. Let's do like 15. $12. Okay. So if we did something like that... Yeah, I think, like, I don't have it worded that way, but I guess that's the right way, actually, so that water basically is using that all the time. And now we would... Now we'd essentially replace the grass with water. No, did I not? Ah. No. Place the... Yeah, fine. Place the grass with water, but I have to type it this way. Okay. And then I want to replace... And so... Has this achieved any... I've done a lot of fancy stuff to no effect, I feel. With the placeholder stuff. Create terrain. Well, no, we actually want to create ice. On the placeholder. With... height limits 1 to 7. think I'm doing a lot for not really having any effect. I guess we did achieve something. But we're not quite there. We need to create mangrove shallows on ice. With height limit 0, 0. And we need to create mangrove shallows on placeholder. Okay. We still need a strip of ice around the outside here too, which we don't have right now. That's easy enough to achieve. Essentially, instead of water... Well, what do? We replace all the water with ice. Yeah, then there's probably a simpler way to do this, but create... Yeah, essentially we replace the water with ice. Now that we've done all of this. And now we replace the ice with water again, but with a spacing. Spacing to other terrain types of 2. And with height limits 0, 0. Something like that. I'm messing it up again, yeah. Water, ice. There we go. And now this stuff that I did here basically isn't necessary, so because the other side looks fine even without that. So I can just undo that. There we go. Alright, that's... I mean, that's pretty close. If I look at my image... yeah, okay, I don't have like a smooth curve. But we're getting there. You're very much getting there. Now I can even do a step further to not have this sort of flat ice around here. We don't want to keep that. Make the spacing here 0. No, make the spacing 1. Like that. But now we're getting rid of the stuff down here. We don't want to get rid of that. No. Let's have a... I mean, on the picture, let's see again. This is actually thicker. We want a thicker ice thing. We're gonna... ignore this, because that's just the same thing, right? Let's make this like 4. We don't just want an ice beach, we actually want ice that you can't sail through. In addition to the ice beach. And then we don't want... We're going to have to think about how can we get rid of this. We'll think about something clever to deal with this part in a second, but I think we want it even like one tile wider. Let's read the description again. Amphibious terrain. The amphibious terrain should reach the edge of the map. We can deal with that though. Zero elevation. Towards the left and right sides. Solid line. Fine, fine. We're alright. Let's see. Let's make this one more. So you don't want it. If this is just the beach and this is the actual ice, we need actual ice so that people can't sail through it. Okay, we'd be looking at something like that, but now we have a lot of ice on the outsides. So what is my clever trick going to be to remove this ice? We essentially want to create terrain water on ice. I did this, it's gonna eat away at my ice again, I think is the issue, right? Yeah, it eats away at my ice, so I can't do it like that. What I could do... How do I get rid of this without getting rid of this stuff here? I could just leave it for now. We'll deal with it later. We'll think about that later. Let's do some of the other stuff that we want to do. Place the ice with water with spacing to other terrain types. And replace the water on a higher terrain with ice again. I could do that. I could do that. If I essentially didn't have the height limits in this one. Well, actually, that doesn't matter. But yeah, you're right. This is correct. I will replace water. We do the same spacing, but no height limits. Of course, this doesn't work because it's water doesn't like being on elevation. So we then have to create placeholder. My God, these placeholders are gonna do a lot of work here. We're gonna create placeholder again. I'm doing something wrong here. Create placeholder on ice. No, I need to create water, but water doesn't work, so we need to create placeholder. I'm making this too complicated. Undoubtedly, but I can simplify it once it works. Okay, so I created... No. Alright, wait. Let's undo this again. I want this piece, but this is what I had before. No, let's go back further. This is what I had. Right, and at this point I want to... Like, this isn't doing anything, is it? We're doing this and it's still the same, yeah. So we create placeholder on the water. And then we create placeholder on the ice as well. But with the spacing, the amount of terrain magic that's going into this, it will work in the end. I see. I see. Well, that's no good. Fine. That type of thing, and then I would... Alright, now I would create... We create water where the placeholder is. Well, actually, no. We create ice. We create ice where the placeholder is above 0. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Good. And then we create water. Then we create ice on the placeholder. No. Then we create water on the placeholder. Why do I have 100 there? I guess... Oh, I got rid of land percent. Doesn't matter, it defaults to 100%. Doesn't it? It defaults to 100%, doesn't it? Land percent defaults. Let me check that. Land percent... No, I think number of tiles is the default. No, okay, we can't do that. Land percent 100. Got some hundreds floating around in the wrong places. Fix this code a bit. Ah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, that's what's happening here. We'll put in the number just for completeness sake, but yeah. Okay, so we were creating water on the placeholder where it's 0, 0. We don't care about spacing. Something like that. And then we don't really want this elevated water, so I do spacing 1. Yeah, and then we replace all the remaining placeholder with ice again. Fun stuff. There we go. That was a lot of terrain replacement, but it does achieve the desired look, more or less. We can work on things like getting it to squeeze out into the corners a bit and block the water off, and so on. That's achievable. Where would I want the bulge, though? The bulge is towards the top. We could let's see if we can make a bulge work. So to do a bulge, we're gonna need an additional player land. This one's gonna be at like 50. No, we want 70, 20, size of 10. We'll ignore the borders. Do 0%. DLC black, just so that we can see it. So if I did something like this, I could create a bulge. That's kind of what I was going for here. So we can scooch this bulge over a bit, though. We did something like this. Okay, we don't need the land to even be nearly this big. The base size can be 1 for all I care. If it's 1, though, it needs to be further that way. No, it can't be 1. It needs to be 5. Good, and then this can't be 20, but needs to be like 16. So we can sort of adjust things a bit like that if we want to. I don't know if we actually want to. Perhaps. Like if I did something like that, the ice would actually block the edges. I mean, let's do it. Let's do it. If we do that, then we need 4 such lands. I just flip these numbers. Yeah, that works. And then on the other side, instead of 60, we'd be going for... Well, instead of 16, we're going for 84. Let's see where that puts this. That's basically correct. And then instead of 60 here, we'd go for 40. Whoops, no, that's not what we want. We actually want to keep 60. But instead of put 84 in this place. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then, you know, we'd pick the same terrain. What am I doing incorrectly here? This shouldn't be... No, this is too close to the edge. We don't want 60. We actually want that. Yeah. There we go. Something along those lines. Then, what if we go here and say... Zinnes 100. Make this a bit wider. I mean, it's a bit... We do have a bit of a cornered shape here. Of course, I can add another land to smooth this out. We could even test doing that, because why not? So each of these would take another land that's a base size of, say, 11, but is slightly further from the edge. Okay, 7. 7, if we did 9, we made it 2 larger. And then we made it 16, but we made it 18, so we made it 20 from the edge. We should see this. We do see it, but it's not big enough. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. We can make the original one smaller too, like it doesn't need to be 7. What if we made it 6? Then water can get through the edge again. But we made it 6 and we put it at 15. I mean, does it have to be completely circular? That's a bit the question here. Let's not have border fuzziness of that. Let's make it a bit more fuzzy to disguise what I'm doing. Alright. I think we can work with that, so let's do that. And we said the base size of 6. I think the issue a bit is this is all going to scale very poorly for different sizes, so I'm going to have to do that individually later. So essentially you have an extra land that's larger. $40 and $20, so the reciprocal of that is $79. There we go. Sort of-ish, maybe. Why not? Let's keep going. So, large circular, 1/3 of the map, blah blah, minimal elevation, or that reaches the edge of the map. Ice. Curve. Solid line. Small black circle of impassable terrain at the center of the singularity. Now this one needs to be created before we create this bunch of stuff, because it needs to override it. So, singularity. Create land, it's going to be at 50/50. This could still cause us a bit of trouble, but I think we'll manage it. 12. Base elevation. It's supposed to have a base elevation of 1. Center of the singularity. Terrain type. DLC black. Maybe we'll fill it with cliffs or something. Okay. It's square right now. That's okay. What if I give it some borders? You know, if I said, 40, 40, 40, 40, say border fuzziness of 0, and a land percent of 100. Well, it is perfectly square now because I think the other land is overriding it. I'll put 30. I got rid of the ice strip. Still a square. We can round it out the same trick I did there if I really need to. What if I put it up here? Still a square. Why filling the entire map? Ah, border fuzziness 0. I'm an idiot. Ah. Good. Okay, so the huge land that's being placed around it keeps it from growing. Fair enough. We don't need it to grow out anyway. That's probably fine as a singularity. We need to put impassable stuff on it. We'll deal with that later. I don't really like this ice that's bordering up here. If I change the border fuzziness here to okay, perfect, then we did still get an icy beach there, but not anywhere else. Fine, we'll do that again. How do I deal with this ice? There are ways to do this, but we will need connection generation for it. Great, connect all lands. We want to replace icy shore with beach. And we want to do it terrain cost of ice 0 because we don't want connections to bother going through ice. Which means at this point we should only have connections running here. Terrain size, dirt 3. 15. Ah! Take that, icy beach. Now, I actually want to do, let's do, though, default. Let's see what these connections are actually running. Replacement. We still have a bit of work to do because we actually have to do the players, but what am I going to see on this grass? Okay, so that's kind of the area I'm replacing. Perfect. Can even be larger. Alright, let's check our design specification again. Large, more or less circular landmass. We can make it more circular if we feel like it. Maybe we can make the thing curved a bit more. No, that's pretty good, actually. Minimum elevation of 1. Amphibious terrain 0. Aura, ice pieces, deep water. Alright, let's grab some deep water because I like having nice looking deep water, so let's grab it from Pog, since I have that open right now. We don't have water 5, so that's fine. Water mixing. Yeah, I think that looks good. What else do we want? Alright, design specification. Black circle impassable. We need to make the black impassable. So what are we going to do to do that? We're going to need an objects generation section. We need to find a suitable object that cannot be walked across. I'm not sure if the terrain blocker will do the job. We can try cliff objects, though. Try the invisible cliff rotations. Create object. Create object. Alright, let's just create, like, flag A. Terrain to place on DLC black. Number of objects 9,320. Okay. So instead of flags, what can we put there that will be impassable? Let's take a peek at the potential objects here. There's Firefox. There we go. Terrain. I think you can still walk over a terrain blocker, though, can't you? Cliff. Let's just do this. 1840. Don't I have an example of cliff rotations? Ah, whatever. Const object. 18. Let's do cliffs. So we do that. And now we need to set a facet. Set facet. I don't know which facet is invisible, so we're just going to do some testing. Actually, there might be a faster way to do this. Let's do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Let's try 24. I might have miscounted, but it should be close to 24. Aha! Now. And player 2 can have a... What can I have? I have a barracks down here. Alright, it's a bit too passable for me. Like, there are a few holes here. We're gonna fill that up. I've got an idea for that. Yeah, it's overall it works, but we need to do a bit of a better job. How are we gonna do this, though? We reduce the collision radius or something? I was gonna do second object, but that's not gonna work. Yeah, okay, setting the facet is not going to work quite like that. I could well, or decrease the radius? If I decrease the radius, shouldn't I be able to place more of them? I mean, if I increase the radius, they will block a larger area, but I think I want to decrease the radius and place more of them instead so I can have more precise blocking. Yeah, we can try that. So we're gonna move this up here. Effect, mount. Set. No, if I set attribute. Wait. ATTR set. ATTR. I don't remember. I don't have the radius things memorized. Let's look them up. Attribute constants. Radius 1 and radius 2 are the ones I need. Presumably. feel like I'm doing the syntax wrong here. Effect amount, effect type, then the object, then the thing I want to change. Yeah. Object. Then I want to make the radius 1. Something like that, perhaps. Effect constants, attribute constants. Maybe. That might work. That was not very effective. There we go. Radius of 0. And we're gonna match case. Oh. We don't need the second object. Haha, no. Not invisible clips generation. We could even use the Battle Royale terrain here just because it looks cool. Although, it's a singularity, so actually there are no light escapes, so maybe not. But yeah, this works. Alright, I'm gonna take like a 2-minute break to answer some messages and tell my girlfriend goodnight and so on. We'll be right back. I probably even have an overlay for this type of thing, like, there we go! Overlay! Have an overlay. Okay, let's continue. Overlay. So, what am I going to do next? Relics, shorefish. The object placement. Don't care about right now. We need to deal with the wood, and then we need to deal with the players, and we need to deal with scaling for different map sizes. So fundamentally, all of this stuff is you. Nope. They just collapse all of this because this is essentially just creating the map image as we want it. Terrain magic. There we go. Let's get some forests. So water mixing, that can happen whenever. Woodlines. Create terrain. Forest. Base. Terrain. Dirt. Land percent. 10%. Number of clumps 20. Set scale by groups. Set avoid layer. This is going to be where the issues start cropping up. Start areas. 12. We're not. That's fine. That's a lot, but overall, the idea here is fine. One more thing I could consider is if I can get the mangrove off the slope without messing with a bunch of stuff. But that would essentially involve replacing all of the mangrove terrain with something else. Like beach. And then replacing the beach with mangrove again. Maybe I can do that. Create terrain. Beach. Let's grab one of these with. So. Let's see if I can do this. DLC mangrove shallow. We don't care about height limits if we do this. And we don't care about spacing. So if I did that, I've turned all of it into beach. And then essentially, I would replace the beach with mangrove shallow again. Except add in a height limit of 0, 0. And what's going wrong? I did the classic mistake here. DLC. Mistake I keep doing. And it has had no effect. Because we need to add set flat terrain only. And probably spacing. I don't want the spacing though. That's the issue. If I do this, this will likely have no effect. If I add a spacing, then I'll end up with a row of beach everywhere. Eh. Yes, but no. I mean, could be okay. I could make the whole thing an icy beach. Alright, what if we didn't do beach, but just had it be, our lovely placeholder again. Placeholder. Well, then we have icy beach everywhere. Which I could do. But it's not an icy planet. Although I guess I could make this all icy everywhere. If I do something like this... I mean... I could make the whole map an icy map, snow map. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. In that case, then then I can go back here and icy shore. Icy shore. Oh, the problem is we have icy shore exists everywhere else. No, no, no. I do beach first. We do beach first. Then we go here and we replace... We'll deal with that later. The prompt for this map. We have someone in chat who can explain the prompt for this map, surely. Yes. Or link stuff. No, no, I don't. I can't actually do this because I need... Like, that's all fine, but I need to get rid of this ice here again, so I'm doing... Waste rain, icy shore with beach. And we'll also do, forest. Okay, we still have little bits of ice. This is not sure this is actual ice terrain. So we need to replace. Ice with dirt 3. So if we make this a cold map, then we just do a bit more magic here. We say accumulate Connections. Alright, well no, if we're gonna make it a cold map, then the difference is everywhere where we have dirt 3. Let me check, do I still have snow in the script here? I do. We could do rock. Gravel, gravel. Let's do gravel. Let's do gravel. I did gravel on my one space map. That's gravel is a good terrain. So if we do gravel, which gravel will I want? I will want gravel default, which is 70. Const gravel. Gravel gray. Gravel. Well, let's do gravel. Gray. And then we go everywhere. Oh, wait. We will replace. Something like that. We'll replace all. I did that. And if I just skip out these parts here and just said we're here, what would the map look like? Fine, we do those parts. But we then, at the end, also go create connect all lands. And we want to replace terrain icy shore with beach with icy shore. We may not need this first set, actually. That's what it looks like after I do that. Now, there's a bit of ice here. I don't want that ice, so I'm going to keep in this one as well. Alright, in this case, though, we will need a different forest. Let's do... We'll replace forest with... What forest terrain do we want? Let's do forest, snow forest. No forest. Alright, well, you probably have too many woodlines, to be perfectly honest, so... 8%. Ah. Better. Keep in mind we have to fit 4 players onto this. You are going to send me the code for this column forest, or I will look it up afterwards. And then we'll deal with that. But I actually need to deal with the players first. This will work for now, though. You did? I'll have to go back and look it up. Oh, is that the link? Do I... let me click on this in a separate window. The issue actually with your PDF things is you can't copy out of them without first downloading it as a PDF. The GitHub PDF thing is like meh. Alright. Okay. I see. Alright, how am I gonna do this? If I copy this over, then download the PDF, then open the PDF, then starting Scout. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't actually read all the other sections because I assumed I'd be able to figure that out later. But this can work. We do that. Tree forests. Tree A. Alright. So if I do this, we can copy that. We can copy that as well for the Photon Man. I did a Photon Man once too, but I think I gave it like horse scout stats or something. Fine, we can do that. Okay, so we're essentially making a forest out of tree A. So we need a terrain to put tree A onto. If we do this, close this. Let's just not grass. We want. Well, we'll start with placeholder and then we'll do a better job. Let's see how this column force looks. Tree. Am I creating tree A or am I creating the aqueduct rubble? I'm creating tree A. We don't need a facet, I think. Let's take a quick peek. Sure, we can work with that. Now I need a suitable terrain that isn't the placeholder terrain, so let's take a look at my terrains list. I'd like something. We could honestly use the dead farm terrain. That might be an option. I like the olive on the minimap. Basically, this is mostly for the minimap color. Yeah, let's do the dead farm terrain. It's 8. No, because of the... Can't you take the attributes, though, to make it so they can't be deleted? I want the dead farm terrain. We're going to do that for now. And then we'll change it later when we see that it causes issues. Yeah, I guess they won't count as real forest trees then. Screw it. Rain to place on... Dead. There we go. And we also need farm dead, yeah. We still haven't dealt with the players. This is high time that we deal with that. I don't actually like the look of this after all. Also, it's not working. Interesting. Uh-huh. Ignore terrain restrictions. No, we're not. Actually, that's fine. We'll take a different terrain. We just need something for now. It's just going to be grass. We're just going to do grass for now, then until I fix it for later. Or even, you know what, leaves. No, that doesn't make sense, but let's do grass. Mud. We'll do mud. Mud is 76. Although mud is brown on the mini-map. No, I need something that's green on the mini-map. Snow strong, snow light. Alright, I'm spending too much time on this. We're gonna do a placeholder. Yeah, and we're gonna call it const forest base. There we go. We want to create forest base. Base. There we go. That should do. For now. We need to deal with the players. So I said direct placement. Let's create some player lands after we've done all this shit. Create land. Land position. Just like that for now. Whatever. %0. Terrain. Type. Dirt. Actually, we could... Wait a minute, I just realized something. We could do mud. Mud is 7. No, mud is, yeah, 76. We could do that. Okay. That's our player, of course. We need to put that player somewhere else. So now we need some roughly circular coordinates for the players, but they need to be, according to the specifications, a couple percent of variance. We'll add that afterwards. So if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, we essentially, let's do 30. Actually, we could, this might be a chance to mess with. Did I just crash the game? The game is crashing. The game is crashing. Yeah, I can do masking later. Okay, well, while the game crashes, let's just close it. And restart it. We can come up with the idealized player positions. Terrain type DLC black, just so we can see it. Why did that cause issues? Assign to player 1. For now, just to see. Scenario. It's crashing again. What am I doing wrong? There's something wrong with this land. Something wrong with this land. I'm not sure what's wrong with it. Get rid of it. Try this again. Alright, fine. I need to create them. I need to create them first, though, I think. Create land. We don't want it at 50-50. We'll put it at, 20, 25, 75. Size 6, space elevation 1, land percent 10%. Terrain type. We need something we can see. DLC rock. This should work. I'm not sure why it was crashing. I loaded the wrong thing, didn't I? I loaded something different. While this... Oh, no, I loaded the one with everything on it, didn't I? I assume that's what happened here. Yeah. Yes. Please don't crash. Thank you. I need a terrain I can see. Grass. Yeah, it's still not visible. If I create it here. Alright, let's grass 2. Something that I'm not replacing. Thank you. Okay. Put it up here. I think it's going to get overridden is the issue, right? Yeah. Alright, so... Can I just create them after everything else? Down there. Fine. Okay, so now we need 8 positions that are suitable. Essentially, this could be 0% for all intents and purposes. It would look still the same. The border fuzziness and borders can't be removed. Would look still the same. Good. And we want this to be positioned not 25, 75, but we made this 65. That's more like a potential player position. All of this code can actually go here. It's the position and who we assign it to that's going to be important. So if I did have this... $65, and then we do like 45. I mean, that seems about right. Maybe a bit further in, like not 25, but 20 and 20. No, wrong direction. Okay. That's crudely where the lands could be. Probably we do them like that. Okay. And then we would mirror this a few times. So instead of... we'd have 27 from the other direction. Okay. And essentially want all of this code mirrored again. Instead of 27, the inverse of that is 73. If I did that, we're gonna crash because I put 2 lands. I think I'm putting 2 lands in the same place, and that's why it's crashing. Alright, we're gonna do this properly while the game crashes in the background again. Might be the connection generation. It's triggering the crash ultimately. We can also do the terrain mask since you suggested that. That's terrain mask 1. This is crashing again. Meanwhile, alright, let's think about this critically with So 27. These are the X and Y coordinates. Let's load this up. The real fun part is that we don't actually have all the other map sizes set up yet. That might have to be something we do on another day. Alright. Okay, we messed up the terrain mask. I needed 2, not 1. Also, what the next track? Suitably epic music. Wait, this is actually the first one, isn't it? We're gonna go clockwise, so. Okay, so the second one should be. The second one we don't have yet. So the 45 is the distance from the top. We're going to keep the 40. No, the 27. We're going to keep the 27, but the 45 is going to turn into a 65. Should be 55, shouldn't it? It should be 55, yeah. No. No, that's not. It should be. Wait, where did I put the other one? I had the other one 65. I'm not sure why it's crashing. I think it maybe the connections when I try to put a land on top of another land or something. I don't know. It's not even crashing, it just stops responding, and then I'm basically force quitting it. So if we go back 27, that should be this edge, from this edge 45, so we want 45 from this edge. And from that edge we want 27, so we want 73. No, what did I mess up? Oh, 65, so... $73 is good, but I want to be closer to the top. I don't want to be 45 away. Something like that. I mean, that would be mirrored. Those lands are too close to each other, though. Which means we now have to say, alright. Like 62. That's about symmetrical. Alright, then the next land in our list. No, I wanna try my luck here. If you're not happy with it, you can always replace it afterwards. $38. So the 73 needs to stay, the 38 needs to have 48. D8. Okay, now we can actually think about it. It doesn't need to be 58, it should be 55, yeah. If I did this, we'd get... This is our final land, isn't it? No, that's the second to last land. So this would be the last one. Alright, we don't need to listen to this. Good. Okay, so these are the last two, in fact. We need two more in between there. So this one should still... $73 is the distance from that edge. That needs to be reduced. Back to like 62. It's gonna crash. Alright, I believe the connection generation is at fault, so what I'm gonna do is put this here. What's wrong with putting this land at 62.55? Or am I think maybe I'm picking the wrong coordinates again, but let's see if it crashes now that I got rid of the connection generation section. It could also be related to the fact that I'm loading a 4v4 scenario. Sometimes that just causes issues. Okay, it's intersecting the middle stripe. Somehow that was causing difficulties. Anyway, so... $62 is the wrong... $73 put it there, so 62 moves it back this way. This is fine, but the 55 needs to become like a 73. Okay, that's better. No. How far down do I have the other one here? No, actually I have nothing to align this with, I just have to... It needs to be further... That's about what I would expect it to be. I should be doing this systematically and not trial and error to figure out the positions, but oh well. This one we need to move. Essentially, it needs to be similar to the second to last one. No, it doesn't. So if I change this to 63... Nope. That's more what I was expecting. Oops. Oh. Yeah. So, okay, so we need to, I need to do less guesswork and more doing this properly. So, land position is XY, where X is the axis running from bottom left to top right. X and Y is essentially this one. The first land is 45 on the x-axis, 27 on the y-axis. Then we have 62 on x, 7. Okay, that makes sense. And we have 73 on the x-axis. Again, 73 on the x-axis. That makes sense. This one here should be same. Should be 45 on the x-axis. No? What am I doing wrong? No, it needs to be from the second line. It needs to be 62 on the x-axis. There we go. Yeah. No, it doesn't. Why though? Why does it not need to be? I guess it is correct. It's just the other number is wrong. So the y-axis on the y-axis it should be the same. We don't know yet, but it should be not 73, but Sorry, this is a bit tedious, but it is necessary work. That is correct. So this one here, though, is wrong. Its partner land is the first one. So if I do 45 here, that will scoot it in the wrong direction, won't it? I need to think of 62 instead and do 48. No? That's correct. I'm just being dumb about all of this. $27 from the edge is fine, but it needs to be not 65. 62. Is that round? I feel like I messed up somewhere still. This land here. And number 5 is still wrong. This 40 shouldn't be there. That looks about right. There we go. Cool. So, it shouldn't crash now. Well, the connections are causing some issues. There's okay. That's fine. Why is it... I'm replacing ice with gray ground. Oh, because the middle ends are not connecting. Okay, we'll just not do that for the moment, and we'll deal with the ice later. There's another way to get rid of this stuff, isn't there? No, we'll just leave it there for now. Deal with it later. Okay, so fundamentally, we now need to add, I believe, like 5% variance to all of these positions. What do I have the lands here? So we'll add 2 in each direction. So we do 43 to 47. (25 to 29). That is actually not... Oh, it is moving around. Perfect. $60... $64... So that it isn't actually fixed positions, but still everything's fair and close to the center. 71 to 75. R&D for the 38, that can be 36 to 40. This is technically the required amount of variation, I'd say. I think. R&D 40, 53. Oh, 53. So yeah, 3, 4, 7 to 57. There we go. So that is, you know, reasonably fair, but not a perfect circle, while using direct placement. I will count that as a win. Next task is to decide what we actually want to do with these lands. Where are we creating them? We'll replace this with gravel gray. Okay. Now we need to decide which player to assign that to. So we need to do a bit of logic here. What's a good map to use as an example? I think I can use my... I think I can use this code. This is where it's going to get complicated, but let's go. Balance teams. If it's a 6-player game, it's team 2 size 3. And it's a 2-team game. That could... let's just be extra sure about this if. Team 1 size... Oh, I know, I'm already checking for both the team sizes. Perfect. Okay. So, what else do we need? There were some specifics about how this needed to be set up. Let me go look it up. Oh, which of these specs was it? 10? No, that's the map. I have one of these here. No. Though somewhere specifically said how the teams should be set up with the colors and such. Which I'm afraid I don't remember. It was warm colors and cold colors, but it was a very specific order. Oh, yeah, this is fine. That's what I was working on. Blah blah. Where is it? Where is it? Here. It needs to perform 1, 2, 3, 4. 2v2, v2, v2, v2. It needs to support a 2v2, v2, v2. Fine, we can do that. Else if 4 team game. Alright, 4-team game is only possible in a 2v2, v2, v2. And else it's a free-for-all. Blah blah blah. Players shall be placed using direct placement. 8 unique starting locations that are more than 2% distant in both the x and y coordinate from each other. By creating an area that is a 5 by 5% square. Are there 8 possible points in there? Well, I can always make it larger if necessary. Positional fairness, team positions. Alright. One, 3, 5, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8. Or 1, 3, 5, 7, 4, 6. Okay. Yeah, okay, good enough. I can work with that. So. Alright, fundamentally we need to do something so we can see where the players are. Alright, so we need to do this. If 2-team game, we need to choose which one is on top and which one's on the bottom. That makes sense. Additionally, we need to choose reverse. Just need to reverse teams half the time, yeah. So we have something that basically goes along the lines of Wait, how did I do it in PEG? I was creating all of the lands and only assigning them, but they don't really need to be created if they're not being used. So, if we just did do if... Now let's just do we'll start by doing assign to assign sign to at, I think we need to do at color, to be honest, based on the specifications. Two Rivers is one where I did this shit too. Where I basically did a rotation of the positions. We don't need that. We do need to do reverse. And we're going to need to do at color assignment. Yeah. Here, basically, I had all the lands available. Alright, at color. Let's just do this and see if it works. That creates a town center. Perfect. What's the best way to do this? I could do for each size. We maybe we go like this. Well, no, we need... So... The problem is balanced teams could also be a 4-player game. So we sort of need to do, you know, if balanced teams, if 8-player game, else if 6-player game, else if 4-player game, else if... Okay. So we basically have those cases. Then we don't really need this in here. Then we do an else if 4-team game, else end if. The else case is just to assign it to a random player. That means assign to at... This is the easy case. Yeah. Eventually we need this code. I shouldn't assign anything. I think the teams are set up here, so it's not going to assign anything, yeah? Alright, so in an 8-player game, first, if Team 1 is first, and if reverse else, this is going to be horribly complicated. But I like it. Oh, you just have to know how to use it. In this specific case, I'm not sure what was going wrong. In general, if it's trying to connect to something that's outside the map, that's going to crash. Or it's trying to do some sort of impossible connection, then it will crash. We're trying too hard to get a connection to work. Okay, so if Team 1 goes first, and if we're reversing the order, if we reverse it, then we need to assign to at color 7. And if we're not reversing it, then we need to assign to color 1. And then if Team 1 doesn't go first, then we need this logic again. And then that means we're essentially assigning it to 2 or to 8. That is the 8-player logic here that we need. And it's not balanced teams. It should be assigning it to someone here. Because we have 8 players and we have the team set up. Right, it's an 8-player game. If Team 1 first, if reverse, assign to at color 7, assign to at color 1. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, okay. Well, it will assign to one of 4 colors. It can assign it to red, orange, blue, or whatever, or gray. And the forests are even avoiding it. Like this is legit working. Perfect. Okay. We're not gonna deal with 6 and 4 player. We're gonna deal with the other team sizes right now. We're just gonna deal with 8 players. Each of these is gonna require a special approach. So, at this point, we would be doing 5 if we went from that side, 3 if we went from that side, 6 if we went from that side, 4 if we went from that side. Three, 5, 4, 6. And this should now be 7, 1, 8, 2. This should be doing the top half of the map with... the last one is missing. Why is that missing? We have the warm colors. Let's try it a couple times. I'm missing something up here. What Where's my typo? Where's my typo? We did here 7, 5, 3, 1. I messed this one up, didn't I? Now this is 1, 3, 5, 7. This is 8, 6, 4, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. There we go. Now we got our 4 players. It should also be possible that we end up with the other team on top. Perfect. We're going to have to take another look at what lines when we're done with all this, but that's unimportant at the current time. Okay, cool. We continue. Ah, the 2v2v2v2 is already creating annoyances for me because there are different combinations of which orders you can do for the teams. Let's not worry about that yet. Let's not worry about that right now. Okay, so at the bottom, essentially we need, if this is 1, 3, 5, 7. Team 1 is first, then we need to be doing the Team 2 colors here. And if we're reversing... Alright, let's think about this carefully again. If we do reverse, then we started with 1 here. If we do if we did reverse, we started with 7, otherwise we started with 1. Let's actually do it the other, let's do this differently. We're going to start here at the last one. So the inverse of that, if it's not reversed, then player 2 would be standing here. And if it is reversed, then player 8 would be standing there. So 1 and 7. We take the same seed now. We should see player 2 here, yeah. The problem now if I reverse it though, is that these will always be across from each other, right? Is that the... Let's see. Am I messing up the reverse logic? Yeah, okay, we don't... The reverse logic needs to work differently. We could reverse both of them separately. We could do... Yeah, we could do that. We can! Yeah, okay, we reverse these totally independent of each other. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So this, yeah, if it's reversed, then we start with the high color, respectively, on the left. And if it's reverse 1, reverse 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah. But both can independently be reversed. Good. I don't see any whips being cracked yet. Alright, so the second position should be, based on this, it should be 6, 4, 5, and 3. Then this one should be 4, 6, 3, and 5. And actually the last position should be the flip of this one. 2, 8. Alright. So positions should work now. And it should be possible for one or both of them to be reversed. Here they're both reversed. None of them reversed. None of them. Do they reverse independently of each other, though? They should be able to. Yeah, no. Why are... I reverse one... They are randomizing separately from each other. Just I think it's just chance. Or did I mess something up here logically? Seems like 1 and 2 are always reversing at the same time. Hello, hello. I think the reference image was probably made in, like, Paint. But... I don't know. Okay, so... Overall, I'm happy with it, but... Somehow, the order's always being reversed. Now we have... It's always reversing... Always reversing at the same time. The map will be called Singularity and looks like the image, or is supposed to look like the image in the corner. It's a series of space maps that are being created. Alright, why is this reversal? Alright. Something is weird with my reverse code. Okay, now we should always have low colors on this side, right? Cool. Now, if I allow only the first reverse, reverse 1, let's see, reverse 1, reverse 2, reverse 1, reverse 2, if team 1 first, then reverse 1. I think... Now it should only be reversing the top team. So if we look at that, it reversed the... did not. Still hasn't reversed anything. 500%. Something's weird here. Okay, it's now reversed both. Reverse one is... I guess actually, I don't need this reverse 1 and reverse 2. Like, one of them is reversing the top, one should be reversing the bottom. Okay, we need to do this differently. This is always reverse 1. Yes. And the second set is always reverse 2. We're actually reversing like top and bottom, not teams 1 and 2. Now we got a reverse. Nice. Okay, I figured out my mistake. Very nice. Okay, so both one, now we have the top reversed, bottom not reversed. Now we have bottom reversed, top not reversed. Neither reversed. Alright, good. Good. We've got the player positions down for the 8-player map. Let's give them all a Photon Man as well as a Scout, because why not? Photon Man? Oh, well. We should do the other sizes now, I guess. We can do a quick test to see if the trees actually, this stuff works as expected. And if we just do 8 players but don't bother with the teams. Fine. Oh, I have to give them Joan the Maid? Do I? I give them Joan the Maid. I think I missed some of the stuff I need to do in that case. Wait a second. Where's this PDF that I downloaded? Const Photon Man? One of these units will be placed. I see no mention of Joan the Maid. Well, okay, fine. But I defined Photon Man as... Well, let's just see what happens.
Presta.
Alright, I actually got a photon map. Nice. Okay, right, I should have. Let's see if they can, Okay, I don't get the woodcutting the chopper icon, which is disconcerting, but like it actually no it does. They need to be lumberjacks, I see, okay. This column code, that's pretty cool to see. Damaged columns. Wait a minute. Why can he fit through the... How did he get through there? Cobra car didn't fit. Okay, we'll have to, So I should be giving Joan the maid. I'm changing the attributes of the photon, man. It says move speed 4. Your thing is just wrong. Yeah, your PDF is wrong. That's the issue. Yeah. It should be fine now if I, fair. I mean, it's useful when it's fast. That sounds painfully slow. Yeah, seems about right. Am I playing standard speed? Okay. 1 is kind of slow. But sure. Cool. We did actually have one more thing we need to test. We're gonna go back to the speed of 4 so I can do this. If I change the radius here to like if I make the radius bigger of these cliffs, is that gonna solve the problem in the center? Whatever the Eagle Warrior or the Scout Cavalry is would make sense, right? And since we're making it an infantry unit, probably the Eagle Warrior, and then you get, you can get squires for it. I think it's 1.1. Don't know that off the top of my head. Okay, so a bigger radius... Probably you want to do effect %. That attribute, move speed, like 110. That would make it 1.1. Try that. So I'm not so sold on my cliffs yet. We're gonna have to think about how that works. Nah, it's passing because radius issues. 1 point. Not sure what the speed of an Eagle Warrior is actually. Oh, there we go. Up the speed again. This is painfully slow. So you think it's passing because of the speed. This is not impossible. Ah, there's some holes. Like, it can fit through specific holes. I think I need to layer like two things on top to block here. Well, I don't know. There's. I think there's no need to set it. We're not changing it. No, we're just, unless that's somehow because of squares or something. Good try. $16.54. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's try this. Actually, no. Before we do any of that, we're gonna go back to so if I use the terrain blocker, yes. If I don't, no, if I don't change the radius, then you could also get in the gaps between. That wasn't working. I could try the terrain blocker, but I think the issue with this one is it doesn't actually block unit movement. I think that's the issue. If I the Cobra car was too fat to fit between the radius of 0. But if I need some sort of like, there we go, like the train blocker doesn't block. It blocks terrain. It doesn't block unit movement, right? That's what I'm doing right now. I didn't. I had it uncommented. If I change its radius to 1, which I just did here, but it probably is 1 to begin with, and that likely won't help. I mean, I could make it unconvertible. That shouldn't make a difference. Okay, this clearly doesn't work. 16, 13, 17, 76. Let's take a look. Rain blocker. $16.13 I might want to try. What was $16.54? That was something else anyway. 1776. Blocker. Let's try 1776. That looks promising. Yeah, I know. I could do that. That would be an option. Blocker, that's the one to use. Ah, man, it is called blocker. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yes, it is a notable year. 1777 is the year of the Hangman. Oh, this works. Cool. So... I think fundamentally what I need to do now, though, is... do other map sizes. Because that is going to require some work. Yeah. So this is 4 players. We can... What do we need to adjust here? The central landmass needs to be adjusted. Where we say if large yeah. Actually, we need a huge map. We don't need a large map. Base size. Just spitball here. Try 40. If I do smaller. Why is it else if fine? There we go. Explain it. Okay. That is about the size that we're going for. 5. Do I need to support 1v1? Was that on the list of sizes I need to support? Let's take a look at this again. Not here. No, where is this? Would make sense if I have to. Well then what's all this hard work on making team positions? My goodness. Save a lot of time by not having to deal with that. I feel like it didn't say that I had to support 1v1. I'll check so. Anyway, we can keep resizing this thing. Uh... Is 1v1 a niche setting though? If I did 55, then this should be too big, right? We have a square, yeah. I want just the beginnings of a square poking out, something like that. It's good. I think the size of the sidelands might not need to be adjusted. PDFs are slow to load. No. Oh well, I'll make the sport 1v1 because why not? It's surely a good idea. Okay. Here we need to do some stuff with the spacing. If medium map, else if huge map. We made this like 6, and we made this one 8. Okay, I think that we might have cut it off too much here. Collision check worked. We had to switch objects to the blocker object, and that did the trick. 1776. Okay. That works for the medium map size, I'd say. So... Oh, collision is the map. Ooh, I remember looking at that. Yeah, have fun. Have fun. Have fun with that. I'll save large map. Save large map. Probably we can do an intermediate amount of spacing here. Yeah. Well, the issue is having. Yeah, I know. No. I wanted to be able to do it without painting the entire map out of tiny lands, and that doesn't work when things need to be elevated. Ew. Right. Large map. Base size 55. Start by that. Works. That works. Then we need to support additional map sizes. Do we want to decrease or increase the size? Let's go if tiny map, else if small map, else if medium map, else if large map, else if huge map, else if gigantic map, else if Ludi. We'll see if what we do for Ludicrous map. Base size 35. Base size 65. Base size 120. Let's go. Okay, from the shape, that kind of works for the 3-player size, I'd say. Although I wasn't supposed to support 3 players. It was just supposed to support free for all at that point. Tiny. Alright, let's deal with small. No, actually, wait. Let's deal with all these sizes in this way first. So tiny. I mean, no, it needs to be bigger. It's gonna be kind of squarish. mm, it looks better as a 4-player, as a 4v4 map. Yeah, we're on tiny right now. Let's deal with that down here. If tiny map, oh, if small map. Save. Gigantic map. Problem with your new version of the point placement program. File size reduction is already important, I think, especially for your style of maps that are scraping the file size limits. I mean, if we just do 4, 2, we're gonna have to adjust this 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. T4. Nope, that's not what I have on my clipboard right now. Okay. Alright, let's see now if we generate a tiny map. Just doesn't look as good. So we have... I think these are player lands here, actually, that are intruding in the center. Alright, I guess we need to do 2-player game as well as an option here.
I can see her dancing barefoot, there are flowers in her hair. I remember like I saw it yesterday.
I think the players are at fault for this stuff.
She took my hand and danced with me, and we kept dancing once the music went away. Teach us to stand fast as we stood, undaunted by the demon's cries. The crash of battle shook you not, nor heeded you some more as
Can we make the ice thinner here?
oh, she's dancing in the stillness to the beat of unseen drums, and she's dancing in the city and the crowd. And she's dancing on the mountain, and there's snowflakes in her hair. And
So it was 5. That's 5.
Shook to ash the demon's heart, brought it to she's talking to a preacher. He says dancing is a sin. And now I'm looking at her feet and they don't move. And now we're standing at the
Alright, made the ice thinner. That's good.
but I know she'll be the one I always love. Now she is dancing in the sunset. I can see her in the clouds. I can see her in the sky as darkness falls. And once
That's
night's
creating
come to
water.
both of us, I hope we'll meet again, and I'll take her hand.
Maybe I'm not
Dance with her once
injecting into the right
more.
place here. I make this 5. Make it 2, then that just gets wider. I think we need to make this here. This needs to be wider. Yeah, that's about what I want for the 2-player setup. Honestly, I should be overriding the map size just to make it bigger. You just don't have enough room to really do a nice... I could just be sneaky and make the map size larger, or I don't know if there's any rule against doing that. Since it is a water map. Okay, perfect, that works. Okay, let's try 4-player size again. Okay. This. Good. Let's keep the ice thinner, I think. I guess this area is also buildable space on the outside. It was not supposed to have trees, but it's going to have resources. That's why the map feels so constrained. But of course you can build outside, so that's okay. Also these player lands. I have a solution here. They do have a solution for the issues they were causing. I'm going to make the base size smaller. Because they were sort of intersecting with the middle part. If I do this, then no longer. It is a bit boxy now. That is one concern. Okay, 6 players. Okay, we need to make the shallows a bit wider. I need to make the ice one wider here as well. I think I do not actually need to. People will be able to sail on the... Oh, well, okay, that's fine. They can sail on the beach. That makes no difference. Alright, let's go back to our target 8-player size. Alright, what if we make the whole thing here thinner? I'll make it 3. 3 would then require me to make the Aurora wider. We'll keep that at 4. Okay. Dimensions are good. Let's look at the giant size, which we haven't looked at yet at all. Giant looks fine. Now comes the mighty test. Will the map even generate? Ah, ludicrous. It will. 9,320 is clearly not enough. Set. We need to do set scale. Set scaling to map size is what we need. Yeah, we don't actually need the facet anymore since we're using that. Uh, in, I think I just straight up don't support Ludicrous. I could. Basically, if I want to support Ludicrous, what I need to do is go to this thing here and go, if Ludi else that should do it. I will. At least nominally. Like, I want the map to generate. I'm not going to balance for it, but... "12" seems to have not been big enough. Although... like 15 should do the trick. Let's go 16. Takes a long time to generate, as expected. Alright. Good, I eyeballed that correctly. Cool. No more ludicrous stuff. So now we have to support the player mounts and positions. Now if I mess up one of the teams, then it's just random, as it should be. Okay, so free-for-all, 8 players are supported. And let's see if how does free-for-all look on a 6-player size. Problem becomes, what if I do 6 players on the 6-player size for free-for-all? So there's going to be a gap somewhere with this. I really need 6 positions, actually, for that. Or somehow some way to randomly pick which... They're in order! No, we can't have the lands be in order. Assign to at team, we don't want ordered selection. For free-for-all. Assign to... Gives the player to any player. 0 is for random. -1 is ordered. shouldn't be assigning them in order. Should not be assigning them in order. But it is. 1, 2... Or maybe it's not. Okay, fine, it's not. I think I fundamentally need different positions for fewer players. Alright, let's not worry about it. Let's do 1v1. Let's do 1v1 because 1v1 actually needs to be good. Yeah. Okay. So let's do another thing here. So if two-player game okay, wait, I don't need to do this for two. We're gonna do this for multiple sizes. There are 8 positions, so we do... We do 100 divided by 8 is 12.5. No, we want 12, and then pause 1, essentially. I think this we want. Five, 7, 8. We'll deal with free for all later. Let's focus on this. So, position 1 to 8. So we do... If two-player game. Else, if balance team. So if it's a two-player game, if pause 1. If it's position 1, then we would do assign to... It doesn't really matter, we would just assign it to We just assign it to the first player, right? If it's position 1, we assign it to... Yeah, if it's position 1, we assign it to a random player. I'm not sure we even need the other... I think we only need 4 of these. Yeah. If 2-player game, if it's position 1, we assign it to... Then we just go here, we put that in here, and we say, okay, if it's position 2, then we assign it to... Player here. If it's position 3... This would always put players across from each other. We could also have them be very close to each other. We'll do symmetrical for now. Yeah. Two. Three. 4. So, this should always put players across from each other. Alright, 1v1 positions are done. What size of free-for-alls do I need to support? All of them? Alright, we'll deal with free-for-alls later. Let's do team games first. So, in a 4v4, or 2v2, we have 4 players who need to be positioned, but we have 8 current positions, so we can do... So we use positions 1 and positions 2 as options. This is going to get a bit complicated. So 4-player game. If pause 1. One, 3, 2, 4. We only need 2 positions. We only need 2 positions for this one. I could use the reverse, I could use the team 1, team 2 trick. Do I have a 50-50 check I can do? There's a reverse 1, reverse 2. Doesn't matter though. For a 2v2, I'm just going to assign it to a random player on each team, right? So we can do if reverse 1. we'll use that as the first position. And then if it's not reverse one, then we'd use the second set of positions. So if reverse one, we would assign it. And then we do... if T1 first... assign to at team. We want to assign it to a random player from team 1. If team 1 first, we assign it to a random player from team 1, else we assign it to a random player from team 2. And if it's not reverse one, we can't use reverse for this. Because we need something that's... well, we can just use the inverse of it if it's not reverse one. Yeah, okay, that can work. So we do this, and if we do that, then we would skip the second land, and on the third land, we would do the same thing. And then we skip this land, and we would do it here. Except here we reverse the teams. We skip a land, and we do it here. Okay. Now we need the reverse case of that. Like, this would be a lot easier if I could just do random placement and make it work, but the issue is then I'd end up with lands sometimes spawning on the ice strip. That's the only reason I can't just straight up do random placement for this. Because of the ice strip. So we have this type of code, but centrally for here, it's going to be if reverse 2 else, or reverse 1 else, yeah? And we do the same thing here. Then here we switch the teams again. This is a good thing that I enjoy the challenge of figuring out how to do this properly. So, we have a bunch of positions now. We should have the teams always on the correct sides with each other, but positions... okay, I think that works for 2v2. Alright, for 3v3 is a bit harder again, because theoretically I should make new positions, but maybe we can get away with not doing that. We could do the reverse trick again, I'd say. Yeah, I think we can do it. It's going to be a bit more complicated, but we can get that set up as well. There we go, 6 players. Oh, my goodness. What are we doing here now? We need to assign either the first 3 lands or the next. I think I'm gonna. Yeah. So I need a 50-50 chance. We can't use reverse for that. Alright, I think chance A. Ah. Chance 1 and chance 2. We're gonna do that. And then we're gonna replace this with chance 1. And this with chance 2. Chance 1, chance 2. Chance 1. Chance 2. Oh, this is rapidly getting out of control here. Chance 1, chance 2, chance 1, chance 2, chance 1, chance 2, chance 1, chance 2. Cool. Now we still have to deal with 6 players, so... my general idea here is to do a similar type of thing as this. Except we don't assign it to a random player. That's where the extra complication. If it's chance 1, then we assign it to a player from the first team. So color. If team won first, and now comes the real killer here. Basically, we need all of this code in here. So if it's chance 1, then we assign it to the first team, a random player, but we don't have 7 colors, we only have 5. Something like that. This would be easier if I just made new positions for the lands, but screw it. Okay. For the second land, if it's chance 1, then it will always be assigned to the middle player. And otherwise, it will always be assigned, yeah, to the middle player as well here. However, if it's not chance 1, or do we just deal with chance 1 first? Let's just deal with chance 1 first. Now. One, 5, 2, 6. So if it's chance 1, then we should get 3 lands here. Honestly, I kind of need a central land, but eh. Alright, so we can continue this chance 1. If it's chance 1, then this land is skipped. Yeah, then this land is skipped. Then we continue here. And if it's team 1 first, then we would be assigning... Oh my goodness, team 1 first. So we want to be assigning the even colors. And I think we want to flip. Alright, essentially, what I actually want is this stuff. I want the if team 1 first stuff from there to go here. Two, 6, 1, 5. Then this land is the simplified one, where essentially it becomes just color 4. Or color 3. Yeah. But we still need, like there we had an if chance 1, we still need that. If chance 1. I'm not gonna do all of this for the free-for-all. The free-for-all is just gonna be not entirely fair. This is honestly too much work. 6-player game. So in this case, no, what I should be copying, I should be copying the if chance 1 here, yeah. That's an if chance 1. And this should be a 6 and a 2, and that should be a 5 and a 1. Okay. So there's a 50-50 chance of it working because I don't have the other set of possible positions set up yet. That is our chance 2 case. So essentially I can copy the if chance 1 from here. Put it here and say if chance 2. Then I can copy this. What did I copy? I did something wrong. Oh, no. Okay, undo what I did. I should be copying the... I'm so going to mess this up. So this land doesn't have a chance 2. This one, the chance 2 is this thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. If this one, the chance 2... Yeah, welcome. We are making a map trying to set up the different team positions for 3v3 currently. And if I copy this and paste it in here... See if that works. We should now get half the players half the time, and all the players the rest of the time. Yeah, good. It's actually working. I'm happy. So yeah, this is the map that I'm working on. Goal is for it to look like the picture up there. Sort of a space singularity. Okay, this is on the other side. And copy this. Go here. Paste it in here. Copy this. Paste it in here. And now we copy this. We paste it in here, and our 6-player 3v3 is supported. So basically I set up like 2 rotations. The players can either be grouped, like teams will never be, you know, they'll be sort of on this diagonal or on the reverse diagonal in a 3v3. So now I have 2 players. I have 2v2, 4v4, 3v3. I'm supposed to support 2v2, v2, v2. And I'm supposed to support free-for-all. So I think for 2v2, v2, v2, we're just going to do this simply. First we're going to need this one with the diplomacy setup for that, so create a new scenario. I don't think I have a pre-built one for 2v2, v2, v2. Alright, 1 is allied with 2, 2 is allied with 1, 3 is allied with 4, 4 is allied with 3, 5 is allied with 6, 6 is allied with 5, 7 is allied with 8. 8 is allied with 7. Yeah. Now if I generate this, it shouldn't generate any players because the 2v2v2v2 is not set up properly yet. So, let's go. 4-team game. What we're going to do is... we're not going to do anything too fancy. We're going to assign to... at team, we're going to assign it to a random player from team 1. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We can even go like that, yeah. I'm going to assign it to a random player from team 1. Then this one gets another random player from team 1. This one... should I copy it? I think that's just the best way to do this. Yeah, it's just to assign it to... well, it's a lot of work. These honestly, if you try to fulfill these design specifications to the letter, work. 2. That should be so team. Shit. Let's start again. Team 1. Team 1 because we have to support a 2v2v2v2. So this is going to be team 2. Team 2. This is going to be team 3. Team 3. Team 4. And team 4. I am going to call it a night soon, though. Alright. So it should... yeah, if it's 2v2, the players will always be together. However, I didn't do anything special to randomize which team is in which position. I could randomize it. And have, you know, any team can be in any of these places. That sounds like a task for another day, though. The problem is with 4 teams, that gives you quite a few potential options, which I don't want to deal with right now. Now just, I guess, free-for-all. How do I make sure that the free-for-all is good is another question, I guess. So, like 2 players is fine. But let's say I have 3 players. Then it's just going to put them all up there right now. Alright, we need some extra logic in there. Where we only assign like every second land in a 3-player free-for-all. I think we do like a four for a few players. Yeah, we do something like this. We say if 3-player game if 4-player game else if you think Nomad? That's actually an option. That's a real lazy way out, but sure. You know what? Why not? Screw it. Let's do it. No, we don't need the else if here. We need to do something like if 2-player game, else if balance teams, else if 4-team game, else define FFA. Like, I could actually set it up, it's just a lot of work. I don't know if your code that you have set up would be fair for free-for-all. If I do something like that, 2 players, balanced teams, 4 players, free-for-all. This is the lazy man's way out, but why not? If free-for-all, else. So place for every player. Let's just do group placement 20. Min distance group placement 2 and terrain. Yeah, okay, fine, but I mean, free-for-all can be any number of players. I mean, I can just use my 8-player or 6-player or 4-player code if for, you know, for a free-for-all with that number of players, but, you know, where do you position the 3 players is more the question, or the... There we go. Then we can have some totally unfair nomad starting positions. Let's avoid forest zone as well. Avoid forest zone by 3. Yeah, but the map needs to somehow generate something then. You don't want to give the extra res. No, no. Leaving a slot empty, that's probably fine overall. Alright, yeah, you know what? Nomad is good. You know, and then if we have 8 players but they're not properly teamed, then we should have an 8-player Nomad. We got absolute chaos. Then I was making sure, well, I did make sure that at least the 2v2v2v2 is mostly fair. I think I'm going to call it a night. Like, basically at this point the resources would need to be done. But I have a bit of a headache and I've been doing this for a couple hours. And I think the resources were supposed to be relatively standard. Let's take a look at my image again. All the wood on the player land, that's already done. Standard starting resources, easy. Lower gold and stone, makes sense. Extra stone and gold can be found on the amphibious terrain and along the ice bar. That can be arranged. Although on the ice bar we'll need to use it was a second object. The relics can be the ice bar, shorefish, on the amphibious terrain, deep fish in the deep water. Yep. Yeah, looks good. Thanks for stopping by here a lot. This was helpful. And I hope you're sort of happy with what I made. It will need, yeah, we'll need one more session to do the resources and make it look nice, you know, add some more terrain blending, but I'm happy this sort of worked out. Yeah, the 1v1 is a bit boxy, unfortunately. Should really be played in 4v4 or best visual appeal. I can make it a bit less boxy, probably, if I make this a bit smaller, that a bit taller or something. Don't know. Anyway, it was good fun. And generally worked out. So we can minimize this, and say goodnight.